All right, here we are, episode 42. I believe it's 42. I hope it is, because that's what I prepared for. Episode 42, Abomination Vaults Pathfinder 2E goodness. It's kind of short on players in this session, but we've got some good ones, and we got a new player tonight. I'm going to introduce him in a minute. He'll be joining us. He's got a really good character he come up with, great backstory. Can't wait to see how she, the character that is, fits in. But we're going to jump right into this and do some intros, and we're going to start off tonight introducing our players that are with us with Dizzy. How you doing, Dizzy?
Doing fantastic.
Who are you playing tonight?
I will be playing Alessandra, a pure gunslinger. Not really gonna say a whole lot about it, and just let y'all enjoy meeting her.
Yeah, she's Elven, right?
Say again?
She's elf, correct?
That is correct.
Elven, Dampure. Dampures are cool. A little tricky to play, but very cool. Actually hard to play, as evidenced by the one session we had where Dizzy played Alara. Just for a couple sessions, that didn't last long. She's trying it once again. We'll see what happens.
Hopefully I can learn from my mistakes.
Yep, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Okay, thanks for that. And of course, we have returning once again the star of every episode, Rachel number 1, playing Althea.
Oh, you're too much.
I am, sometimes.
No, just enough. Hey guys, it's Rachel here. I play Althea. She is a cleric of Desna, and she's also a gnome, a little short thing amongst the others. And now we've got an elf, and I'm not sure who else is joining, or like what ancestry-wise. So maybe she won't be the shortest one. But she travels alongside her familiar Binley, who every session I say will make more and more of an appearance, yet sometimes for his own safety he is tucked away. But we'll see.
Yep. Tucked away in that little pocket with the hole in it so he can stretch his leg out. Fantastic. And of course we're going to have a new player tonight, Eric. He's going to be joining us. This is his first session with us. He's also going to be playing in our other campaign run by Kyle. So he'll be a new player there too. But here's his debut. Eric, go ahead and tell us who you're playing tonight. Introduce yourself and welcome aboard, my friend.
Hi everyone, I'm Eric. I'm a college prof from Montreal. That's what I do during the day. And during the evening, I like to pretend to be heroes in a variety of fantastical worlds. Awesome. I'm super eager to join this one. I'll be playing Cassandra, a female human monk who has left her own devices after her hamlet was destroyed, and she's found her way to Otari, and her curiosity and desire to help has made her enter the gauntlet.
It has indeed. All right. Thanks for that, Eric. And welcome aboard once again. It's going to be fun.
Thank you.
It's going to be fun. Everybody starts with a hero point. Rachel number 1. Both characters, well, you get an extra hero point, so you have 2. Everybody else gets 1. Now, Sheppy will be missing tonight. He's busy with family things, so he won't be showing up tonight. And also, Kyle is also busy, I believe, with family things. You know how that works. He won't be joining us either. But, Rachel, you will be running Arthurian, Kyle's character. Tonight, you'll be rolling the dice. If you want to role play it too, you can do that, but I'll probably be role playing him as well. So he gets an extra.
I'll do my best.
He'll also get an extra hero point. Okay.
Oh, good.
Yes. And Sheppy, I will be running, so he will be present in the session. And Kat, she won't be making it tonight. I do know that. And Lofter, who makes cameos in our campaign, he won't be in here tonight either. So, almost a full house. All right. so let's get into this. Who would like to do a recap from the last session? Anybody? There's an extra hero point in it if you would like to try it. I'm looking at you, Rachel, number 1. I'm looking at you. It's up to you. Dizzy, if you want to do it, you can do it.
I'm literally trying to scramble to remember what all happened.
You guys are terrible. It's not that
I
memorable.
know.
It's not that memorable. Are you kidding me?
I don't want to keep putting it on Rachel.
No.
No, well, there was a lot going on because there was a lot of us.
Mm.
So there was a lot to remember. I just know that things weren't looking too great. But give us a recap, Fritz.
Okay, I'll do it.
Refresh our memories.
You do-
You're better at telling them anyways.
You do know that I get a villain point for this, right?
Bring on the villain.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. We're all doomed anyways.
All right, so last session. Maybe a little bit more than that, but I'll briefly cover what happened. The companions, Arthurian, Althea, Sheppy, once again found themselves back in Otari after losing one of their friends. They gathered themselves together. What are we going to do? We've got to go back and retrieve the body of Marshall. Terrible situation. They had met a new friend, Alara, a Dhampir, who was with them as well, and they decided to head back. They did so. Somewhere in there, I think I skipped something. See, I'm doing a terrible job. I think I went back too far.
It's not so easy, huh?
I did. It went back too far. That was 2 sessions ago. No, you guys did actually go in there, and you've been in there ever since with Alara. Alara also was felled, but you had defeated Volok, if I remember, in this one chamber where his body still lies. You had lost another member of the group, but you defeated Volok. Unbeknownst to you, Sheppy wasn't there, but unbeknownst to you, he was on the way, and he appeared and helped finish off Volok. Shortly after that, you did some more exploring beyond where you defeated Volok and looked into his chambers, found some things, all kinds of stuff going on in there, looked at the walls that were covered with pictures and paintings, heard screams coming from pictures. Althea did. And you explored even more and found this secret door. You explored beyond that and you found this chamber where the screams had been coming from. Turns out there's this slab, this table with a body on it, a dwarf, screaming in pain as this big pillar of blue, mystical, wavy energy from ceiling to floor was piercing his body and pulsing, and every time it pulsed, he would scream in agony. He was chained to this table. A glowing orb appeared, and you fought this battle against this orb as you tried to free this dwarf. It was a close call. Lofter showed up, Sergeant of the Guard in Otari, and he brought friends who are currently with you. One seems to be a female warrior dedicated to Iomade. Paladin, perhaps. Another was this, call her a gunslinger, for lack of a better term. She was wielding little musket pistols in her hands, things you've heard about but had never seen, gunpowder, weapons, and she was somewhat effective with them, and it helped you defeat this glowing orb in this chamber. And this is where you find yourself right now, after defeating this glowing orb, this skull-shaped glowing orb, and spending an hour working the chains on this dwarf, freeing him from this slab. You're in this round chamber with this blue glowing cylinder. in the center. You've gathered yourself together. The room has fallen to silence after this battle. You've recovered some of your friends' wounds. There was some close calls there, I think, because Alessandra went down, and so did Arthurian. Yeah, and that's where we're going to pick up with this session. And, yes, that's the current situation on the map. Not a very good recap. I could have done better, but my mind, I can't remember things either. But yeah, there we go. That is the situation. Now, you have freed the dwarf. His name is Lasta. And Althea, you recognize him. That is the owner of the Rowdy Rockfish, the dwarf. That's her son, Lasta, who's actually gone missing for some time. And there he lies in pain on the floor. While the others have gathered around. Oh, what happened? Why am I here? He looks up to you, Althea.
He kneels down, or technically she's already probably at his level. But she gets in close, trying to help stabilize him if he's shaking or wobbly. And she's, I don't know why you're here. Is there anything that you remember?
Oh, I don't know. It was pain. I remember that vile creature that tortured me in the cage. And he kind of closes his eyes and almost blacks out. But you catch him before he does so. Yes, then I was brought here to this chamber. They put me on this cold slab. The pain grabs his head. His eyes close. And as you talk with him, he begins to reveal certain facts about chambers you have been to already, Althea. The cave, where your friend Marshall tried to slay you. He describes the room with utensils and a secret door, the room that smelt of cooking all the time. He described that room to you. He described what lies beyond that natural cave where Marshall tried to slay you. He describes beyond that, to the north, another chamber. A chamber where some vile creature tortured him. Day and night relentlessly. He was chained and locked in this large cage with spikes inward, pointing. So he couldn't even get near the bars. And this vile creature, blue flesh, yellow eyes, sinister, tortured him until he would pass out, only to be reawakened and tortured yet again. Except the last time he awoke, he found himself here in this strange chamber, this round chamber where you currently are, Althea. And on this slab where he's been he can't recall how long he's been here. But it was just this constant pain as this energy, this blue cylinder, pulsed. And this is where he's been. I thank you for releasing me. I thank you. And then he passes out. Oh. And he goes quiet. He's not dead. Lofter steps forward. He's been missing maybe 4 or 5 days now. We'll have to take him back. And I will do so. It's my charge. This will bring Brelda some happiness and some others. Yes, I will. I will take him back. Who will join me? With that, Akara steps forward. Her wavy red hair, a worn metal breastplate around her chest. Her sword has been out all this time, but as she draws near towards Lofter and the dwarf, she puts it away. I shall come with you, for it is my charge as well. He must be brought back safely from this vile, fiendish place. I shall join you, Lofter. Good. Then we'll make our way back. And we shall return to you, my friends. I'm not sure I will, but I'm sure Akara will rejoin you. Yes, I shall rejoin as soon as I can, but first we must take this dwarf back to safety of Otari. What of the rest of you? Will any of you join us? What will you do? They look towards you, Althea and Alessandra. What do you do?
Althea, you can go ahead, Dizzy.
Alessandra's gonna try and stand up, even though she's still recovering from the wallop that she got. Take one look around of the room, and then look back at Lofter and go, probably best if we return. Would not be wise to stay.
I don't think any of us are in any kind of condition to continue in this wretched place anyways.
Arthurian steps forward, the dwarf. Now hold on there, lassie. We can't be leaving this quick. We just got here. I might be wounded, but we need to push on.
Arthurian.
We need to find Marshall. Or is... And then he kind of pauses for a second, realizing that creature that you felled earlier was Marshall. That we must seek revenge for him, says Arthurian.
Arthurian, I think they hit you too hard on the head. Take a look around the room. We're not doing too great. You might be able to continue to fight, but if we continue, we all might end in a worse fate. And she just quietly goes, like almost in a faint whisper, like Dane.
Aye, lassie, like Dane. What about you, Sheppy? I say we go on. We can't just go back to town. We just got here. We can heal ourselves. Althea's magic. Yeah, she can heal us. I want to push on. I know there's an axe hidden somewhere that Marshall had that we gotta get. I say we push on.
Althea's trying her best to just like hang in there. Sheppy, I'm just completely drained. That entire fight completely overwhelmed me. There was too much going on.
I know what we can do. Let's go back to our little room, our chamber where we had stuff hidden, remember? We'll hide there and rest. Aye, that's not a bad idea.
Are you feeling tired, Sheppy? Are you feeling tired enough to sleep? I certainly don't feel safe here as much as I'd like to. But hasn't that room also been compromised? Last time we looked, our things have been taken.
Go ahead.
But maybe we can find someplace a little bit safer. Let's backtrack and make a new camp.
Sounds like a good idea. And with that, we will do so. Let me unpause the game so you guys can move your tokens into the adjacent chamber to the west.
Before Lofter heads off it was Lasta, right?
Lasda, Lasda.
Okay, Lasda? Before he runs off with him, can I just, and since I'm so close to him, can I just take a look at what he has on? If there's anything that pops out, or if he's like wearing a potato sack or rags. Like what kind of treatment was he, subject to while he was here? Other than what I had seen on that slab and just the verbal exchange that he told us.
He's just got a tunic, trousers. He's got no equipment on him. His clothing is torn and ripped. You can see blood stains, both dried and fresh, on his body. His hair, as demonstrated with the picture, is very matted and all over the place, ungroomed. He still has his apron wrapped around his waist. And that's about it. He's unarmed, of course. And as you jostle him about, Lofter, and begins to pick him up, he starts to come awake again, but he's barely able to communicate. He's taken a lot of damage, obviously.
Don't worry, Lasta. Lofter's going to take you to safety. And she speaks his name aloud, hoping that he recognizes it, seeing as Lofter has some sort of standing in town.
Yes.
Like, you recognize the name, you're like, you get that sigh of relief. I'm okay. Everything will be okay.
Yes, thank you.
And
Thank you.
that's what Althea wants, is just to provide some sort of comfort and reassurance.
Okay.
Because that's how she is.
That's how she is. All right. You make your way back into that main chamber where looks like where Volok was first encountered. These must be his chambers. And you can make your way back into that main room that lies to the north beyond. Go ahead and move your tokens in there. I'll move Arthurian. I should have my torch party token in here, but that's okay. Yeah, let me bring Losta in. Whoops. And where's Sheppy? There he is. Wait for me.
Once they would have entered the room, Alessandra would have begun looking around at the bodies.
At the what?
At the bodies laying around while they're all gathering together.
Okay.
The fresh bodies,
Fresh
right?
bodies.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you see it lying on the table. As you enter this chamber, once again, you have to kind of push the door hard in to get inside here because that body of Volok is still lying there. And as well as the skeletons that are scattered around the room. There's about 3 of them A fourth one was crushed by Volek. And on the table, of course, this large dining room table, you do see the bodies, one of which is your friend Marshall and your newest friend Alara, both slain by Volek in this, have to describe as some type of white that took over Marshall's body. And you were forced to kill him. Their bodies still lie there. Of course, you've kind of took their equipment, and you do have them with them. There's a big pile of equipment at the end of the table that you still haven't fully distributed, and you can see that on the map. So what are you doing, Alessandra? Just poking around the bodies?
She's poking around the bodies. One body in particular, Alara, she would go over and start looking through her belongings because it's kind of rare for her to run into another of her kind, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. As you reach the foot of the steps, Cassandra, you come to the door. It doesn't seem to be locked. It has a normal mechanism to open it. But you hear movement on the other side. It sounds like voices, perhaps whispers, but there's something shifting about in the room beyond. What do you do?
So with trepidation, Sandra opens the door and just peeks inside.
Are you being careful to open it? To be sneaky here?
I am trying to be careful, yes.
All right, give me a blind stealth check.
Sure.
It silently moves open. Now you do have I'm going to assume you're going to put your torch out.
Sure, yeah.
All right, because it would make sense if you're going to be stealthy and open this door. You don't want light to shoot through and fill the room beyond. So, yeah, let me do that. Now, just to double check, you guys can see all right. Althea, you do have that light spell up, correct?
Correct.
All right, let me click on you. Okay, that's basically filling up the whole room. Okay. All right. There, Cassandra, as you peer inside this chamber, it's a very large chamber. You can't make out the entirety of the room, but you do see movement. Over towards your left, you see a tall individual moving about near a table towards the center of the room. The table seems to be extended along the center of the room, and she's kind of peering over it. You can't see what's on the table, but she's moving about, shifting things. And beyond her, you hear more voices. What are the rest of you doing, Althea? You've just entered this chamber. Sheppy has secured the door behind you over Volek's body. Ugh, nasty. Get away from him. Yuck.
She avoids looking at anything, keeping her eyes on the ground. She doesn't want to see, and let alone remember everything that happened just, moments ago. She'll peek through the door leading to the kitchen just to see if the door is still open.
That little secret door?
The little secret door.
It should be. Yes.
All right, then she'll leave these doors open. Just kind of. She's just taking another look around, and kind of see. Oh, should we rest here? And just letting these thoughts run through her head. Picking out a place to rest.
As soon as you crack the door and peer inside to double check, once again, you smell that cooking smell. Fresh. Coming from that stove. Yet there's nothing cooking. And to the north, you see that little secret door. You have to jiggle around the knives and the spoons a certain way, and it stays open. It is still open. I think you all agreed maybe we should keep this open because we're going to have to go through that puzzle again. But yeah, it is still open. Near the table across from you, Alessandra, you see the dwarf kind of look down at the body of Marshall and look over at the body of Alara. What a sad fate. Shame to have lost them so soon. Sheppy is right behind you, Althea, with the body of, the dwarf in tow. And Lofter as well. Lofter says, "Well, we're gonna take Lasta back to town. We're gonna head back up those steps." And as he looks and points towards the door, he notices it's open. Wait a minute. That door was shut. Who's there? And everyone in the room draws their swords, including Arthurian with his axe. And you all look to the north door. It is open just a crack. Cassandra, you immediately pull back. You've been found out. They've spotted you. What do you do?
Cassandra enters the room, their hands held up. A gesture of nonviolence, that's one of the first things grandfather taught her. And she stammers and stutters and says, "Hello." Yes, hello. As though she's trying to remember what the word is. Here to help. Missing people? People hurt? Want to help. And then she sees, I don't know if the token's statuses are current. She sees that many people in the room are injured. And so she gestures to the healing tools on her bandolier and says, "Want to help." She taps the middle of her chest and she says, "Cassandra."
Althea rushes forward.
I wasn't sure if it was going to be me or Alessandra, because she's right there.
Alessandra's guns are locked and loaded and just kept on the new person entering, not even twitching, as she doesn't want to take the risk of any false movements.
Althea is going to kind of rush forward. Oh no, new person. Very on edge party. Must divert any type of conflict. And she almost immediately spots just the way that Cassandra like the way that your body language, kind of your how you look kind of nervous, and you're trying to push these words out and have it make sense to these other people, because Althea can totally relate. She's quite shy, so she just recalls some of those that certain body language to how she used to be and how she still can be sometimes. So she'll have her hand on her chest, and she'll say, it's nice to meet you. I'm Althea. And this, and she'll just name everybody in the whole room, starting with Alessandra and Arthurian. This is Sheppy. Don't mind him. He can be a little dirty. And where is Lofter at this point? They were the ones kind of heading out when we first noticed her, right?
Yeah. Lofter and Akara, they're there kind of in
Yeah.
the background around Lasta, getting ready to head back up those steps. Lofter's standing there, though, with his sword out. Not sure what to think of this new individual. So,
I think immediately Althea would try to like assess what type of person Cassandra is, like friend or foe, seeing as it's been about half and well more foe than friend down here. So she would try to get some sort of just like understanding of who you are,
and briefly,
judging a book by its cover, I suppose.
before we go any further here, I just want to read this for Cassandra. As you take in these individuals before you, this chamber is fully revealed. I will describe it for you. A pair of brightly glowing chandeliers illuminates a long banquet table, surrounded by luxurious high-backed chairs. You can see them all around the room. Of course, along this table you see bodies, at least 2 bodies. They seem to be dead. Around the bodies, you can see that there were various dishes and cups, and it looks like there was a meal previously going on in here. Now it's been kind of disrupted, of course. You do see on the floor, surrounding the table, besides the companions before you, you see at least 3 or maybe 4 skeletons in tattered finery scattered about the room. You notice that some of them are clutching at their necks. And of course, you see before you standing here these 6 individuals, 7 individuals. You recognize the dwarf. And you also recognize Sheppy, the goblin, who you've heard of. You do know his name, Sheppy. So when Althea mentions Sheppy to you, you say, I know him at the fishery.
So Cassandra gets down on one knee to be at eye level with Althea and puts her hand over her heart as a symbol of I mean you no harm, and then looks at her and says, "Are you hurt?" And looks around at the carnage of the rest of the room and says, "What happened?"
Yes, we're all badly injured, and she pointed to her healer's tools, right? That's what she did?
Yep.
Yes. Althea will kind of like not reach for them, but just like point, like yes, take them out. Yes, we're all badly injured, especially our dwarven friend here, Lazda, who actually some of us are trying to get back to town as quickly as possible so he can see get some proper medical care and recovery. I hate to pause them or stop them from going further, every moment counts, but yeah, we could all use some help. There was these horrible ghastly type creatures, and she's trying to describe them, but she was trying to recall what they looked like, but she had only seen them a handful of times when they were visible. So she's trying to describe these like these floating skulls to him. Oh, sorry, to her.
So Cassandra listens fascinated at what you're describing. Almost like she can't believe what you're talking about, but she senses the authentic nature of Althea, and so it's just stunned by what's going on. And then points to one of Althea's more visible injuries and asks if she wants help.
Oh yeah, she'll
Right.
whether it's her arm, she'll just put it out and.
Okay.
Lof-
So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
As you go to do this and reach in your bag, and Lofter steps forward. We don't have time for this. I'm going to head back. Akara, come with me. And they take a good hold of Lasta and begin to head towards the door. Their swords are away at this point. Without hesitation, they're moving up that set of steps behind you. So what we could do at this point, as they leave, you guys can go through the healing. Now, is your intention to stay behind, patch up, and reassess the situation? There is also the situation of the two bodies on the table.
Actually, before they rush out the door,
Nope, gone.
maybe I was gonna say maybe one of them could take one of the bodies.
Yeah, they could do that. Let me see. It's going to be Lofter and Akara. And
Because right now we have the body of who we suspect to be Marshall. And I don't know if Alessandra's done viewing all of the bodies. Or if she's holding the other one hostage.
okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. They're holding at the door. They haven't left yet. They pause for a moment. Let me show where they are, just on the other side of the door. Now, if you guys want to go through some healing and take care of that, we can do that right now. There's a lot of healing to go around. Now, Akara can lay on hands, and she'll do that with... Eric, can you mute when you're not speaking so we're not picking up any noise? I keep getting some noise coming through.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. She can do that laying of hands of, and she does so with Lasta and Lofter, who's also injured. But the rest of you, if you want to do some healing, with your healer's tool, that kind of thing, we can do that. What I will say is we're going to make one roll for this. Who wants to make the first attempt? You're going to make one roll. Who wants to make the first medicine check?
Cassandra can. She's got ward medic, so she can treat two people at the same time.
Okay, go ahead and make...
She also has the continual recovery feat, so it's only a 10-minute cooldown in between.
All right. Go ahead and make...
Additionally, I think she's the only one that can.
I think you're right. Nobody else has trained in medicine for some reason. All right, so go ahead and make your first roll. Make it public. Okay, 29.
Nice.
That's a critical success. And that's all I needed to know. And actually make one more roll.
Sure.
This will be public. Critical... Wait a minute. What was that?
Yeah, that's sorry, that's not me. The second one is not me.
Oh, that must be the torch.
Yeah, that's
the
the torch.
companions.
Let me try that again.
That's the torch in the corner there. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's going to take some time. much time are you willing to sit here and go through this? It takes an hour.
Well, what does your feet say? Like,
Uh,
you mentioned something?
Yeah, put
Yeah,
that in the
so
chat, Eric. Put that in the chat
No problem.
so we can read this. Just click the symbol. It should pop up.
Okay, so that's for ward medic. And continual recovery.
Why did it do that? Let me see here. What's it called? Ward medic?
Yeah, that's the first one. So that lets me heal 2 people at the same time. Continual recovery. The person becomes immune only for 10 minutes instead of 1 hour.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Very nice. All right, so what we're going to do, because you made such a outstanding roll, I'm going to allow everyone to go ahead and make your 48 roll to see what the healing's going to be from this. Because it is critical success, so it's 48. So go ahead and roll that. 1d8
Oh.
plus 4. That was wrong.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just click it 4 times and then
I'll just click it 4 times.
Yeah,
Could do that.
and you'll see like a little number add.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Whee! 22. Is there a modifier to that, or is it just 48?
No, it's just a 48.
All right, so 22 hit points. Everybody gets 22 hit points back. All right. So everyone do that first. See where we're at. I think I got Sheppy tonight, so let me do his.
Yeah, and since it's treat wounds, we get to get rid of the wounded condition.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye wounds. Get rid of that. Excellent. So, I'll let you do that again. Go ahead and make another medicine check. And that's only 10 minutes, right? Or that would be
Yeah,
20
10-minute
minutes.
cooldown.
20 minutes if there's 4. So you'd be working on the first 2 for 10 and then the other 2 for another 10. And they're immune for the next 10 minutes. Am I getting this right? Wow.
Yeah, so you could have healed me and Arthurian. Then while you're healing the other 2,
That's correct.
we pretty much cooled down.
That's
Nice.
right.
Well, Althea is all healed up, so she's just gonna take a step back and let you do your thing.
All right, so do it again for Alessandra and Arthurian. Got an 18. That's success. 2d8. Roll that, and we'll add that to Alessandra and Arthurian. Wow.
No, that's good.
That is good. So 5 points, Alessandra and Arthurian. And that was, what did we figure, 20 minutes of time? So not much time went by. Yeah, you can do that. Very good. Okay. Okay.
How's everybody looking now?
I'm feeling very much better, thank you. I don't know what we would have done had you not arrived.
It's a great skill.
Yeah.
And you've honed it quite well. So what brings you down here in the Gauntlet?
New to Atari, I'm trying to. She searches for the word belong, but it's not easy. Heard about a huntsman going missing. Everyone very worried. Wolves? Other monsters? I know what it's like to lose people. Don't want to see that happen to others. The Gauntlet. People mention it. Mystery? Had to see for myself. I thought mystery, people missing, maybe two are connected. Hard to get in here, but this place is... Struggles for the word again. Creepy. Creepy? She looks at Althea as though, am I using that word right?
She's just shaking her head up and down. Whatever kind of word, that's what this place is. I'm surprised you ventured here alone.
She looks down in shame a bit and says, always alone.
Oh, well, not anymore. If you want to stick around, we could really use some sort of... somebody good with their hands and some bandages.
So she looks up with a bit of enthusiasm and says, yes, very good with hands.
Do you have any other skills?
Good with body, and she does a kata to show that she can throw a punch.
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay, fist down. Maybe now is not the time, but I'm happy to see you're pretty adept.
So she smiles shyly and says, thank you.
I think you'll fit in quite nicely. Now, what do we want to do next? Now that we're kind of in better shape.
As you turn around, Sheppy, he's going at that pile of equipment at the end of the table. You should be able to click that, Cassandra. There's a treasure chest on the table. You can click that and open it. There is some stuff there that if you want, like, oh, a dagger, I could use one of those. You could drag it to your character sheet. Right, there is some extra stuff in there.
Yeah, Althea will mention the pile of stuff, but she won't really go into why it's there piled up. Or really what happened. Just we faced a lot of struggles in this room too, and we'd rather not have some of these things go to waste. So if you'd like any of it, feel free to take whatever you can hold.
And as you do that, Lofter, they do take one of the bodies as well. Him and Arkara take one of the bodies, and also Lasta. So they're going to make their way back, and they disappear up the steps. One body remains, and that's the body of Marshall, who Arthurian says, we shall take care of Marshall. We'll bring him back when we're through here. But first we have things to attend to. And he's thinking about that axe. Marshall had an axe, if you recall. It has not been retrieved.
I thought it has been.
No. That was... I know where it is.
Oh, so it's not in the chest?
No.
Okay.
So, here you are standing in this room, Cassandra. You've got this pile of equipment there and a body of somebody that was killed. As well as Alessandra, Sheppy, the dwarf, Arthurian, who introduces himself, makes his acquaintance known to you. Said, I've seen you before. You were at the fishery. You know, Tandy hired you. Tandy Tanderville's the owner, of course, of the Atari fishery. You know her quite well, Cassandra.
Cassandra nods her head. at the recognition.
Well, any friend of Tanley is a friend of mine. I think she's a good judgment of folks she hires, so my accent changed again to an old man. Arr. I can't do Arthurian, I'm sorry. Scotsman dwarf.
Would you have seen my whisper that I sent you by chance?
Yes, I'm just looking at it now. You know nothing about that? You could root through that pile, but if you don't see something there, this is kind of a meta talk. If you don't see something mystified there, then it's probably not there. Someone else might have it, but yeah, that's
Okay.
that's strictly meta knowledge right there. You wouldn't know anything about that. I know where it is, and we'll just have to see how that comes about if it does. If you
Yeah,
get-
that's why I didn't mention it specifically. I just mentioned it like in general passing, you know?
We'll see what happens. Right now, your character has no clue about that. We'll
Okay.
see what happens. Alright. Well, you've gathered yourselves together, done some healing, rooted through some stuff. The others have left. The door is closed. Sheppy makes sure of that. He's feeling much better now. What are we going to do now? He looks towards the dwarf. And you, Althea? Shall you proceed once again to the secret door? Or what is your plans? What would you like to do?
What was behind this door? I can't remember. Was it stairs? Or did we not visit? I'm pretty sure we went through all of these doors.
Wait! Don't go in there. There's ghosts in there. I saw that they attacked me. And he stands in front of the door. That was a room Sheppy had entered previously.
Yes, yes.
And he spoke of some poltergeist in there. He come out screaming. He shut and locked the door behind him. It was terrible. Tried to push me down a shaft. Don't go in.
Okay, Sheppy, calm down, calm down.
All right, so what would you like to do? You've gathered yourselves together. The others have left. Farley Tell, I think you pointed this out before, Althea. This chamber up here was explored. I think it was, let me see. I think
Yeah,
it was,
that was the wine cellar, or not cellar, but the wine storage.
That was this one up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't you get some wine bottles from there?
Yes, we did, and some of us have already sold their bottles. I kept one bottle, and this is the celebratory bottle of wine for when we are done with this exploration of the gauntlet. That's our victory bottle.
Yeah. You took those bottles. There's still bottles here, but most of them are broken or emptied or have been uncorked or just, they don't look too safe to be drinking. That's what's left. Otherwise, you don't see anything else in this chamber. Arthurian's got his back to the door in the east, next to that cookery. He's sharpening his well, he doesn't have his axe, does he? Does he have his axe?
Arthurian has a battle axe and a hatchet.
Ah, he's sharpening his battle
And-
axe. Shing,
Okay.
shing, shing. What would you guys like to do? Cassandra? Alessandra? Althea, what would you like to do?
Are you trying to move, Eric?
I am. Yeah.
Make sure you have in the top left side you have the little person selected.
Yep.
Yeah, it's still not working.
Well, both things are selected. Little person and the select tokens.
Did you click on Cassandra?
Yep.
Can you use the arrow keys to move her?
For some reason, you're linked with the companions.
Yeah.
I see that.
You must have some sort of control because you were also rolling with them too.
Yeah, I was. I just started closing it after I made my initial roll.
Let me try something here. I don't think you're linked to your character. Let me do that now.
That might be it.
Now you're linked to Cassandra. Now see if you can just click on Cassandra and move the token. See if that helped.
Yep, working.
All right. Okay. And since you're new, we do have a token here. Let me light it up. It's a little torch, and what I usually do, I like to just move that one token around, and that's the party in whatever marching order you're in, and so on and so forth. That way I don't have to have all these tokens on the map and make sure they're all moving around and in the right spots. I usually get rid of those and just have everybody see from this one token called the companions, and it's this torch. And that's an easy way to navigate the maps and see where you are in relation to other things. And then when combat breaks out, an encounter breaks out, that's when I would normally bring your tokens on the map based on your marching order, whatever you're doing. So this is an unusual situation where I've got all the tokens out at once. Normally I don't do that. All depends. So that's what that token is, that companions token. It's like a party group token that everybody has ownership of and can see
Okay,
from.
thanks. Good to know.
So let me make that invisible. And you guys right now just have your tokens out. Exploring this room yet again. Now, at this stage, you can continue to the west. And this is where Arthurian is wanting to go. I don't think he was down this way before. Marshall was. Sheppy's been down here before, and he's following the dwarf. If you guys want to continue that way, you can. Outside of that, there is some other chambers. There's some other rooms that you can explore here, but I think you've looked at them all. There's that wine room that Althea spotted.
There's another storage unit up here in the top left.
Yeah. The only interesting spot was this room in front of you, Cassandra. Right
There's
in
the
here.
elevator.
Yeah, as you peek inside of there, the walls of this chamber are decorated with twisting runes, carved into the wall and filled with dull, silvery metal. The floor itself and ceiling are almost completely covered with large, polished metal discs. Farley Tell spotted this room. He was the elven wizard that is also a member of the Companions. Althea would point this out. Oh, he looked at this room before, and it's some kind of teleportation circle of some sort. It doesn't work, according to him. But that's what this was. And there was some more storage and washing rooms. And of course, the one chamber where Sheppy was saying, "Don't go inside of there, ghosts," was full of all kinds of junk and stuff in there. And there was this big shaft that he was attacked at. Something came out of nowhere and attacked him, throwing books at him and everything else, and he felt a force pushing him towards this shaft. Well, he ran for his life and shut the door behind him and said, "Nobody go in there." And that's down here in that eastern door. So that's what's in that chamber. And this is what the companions explain to you as your curiosity begins to ask questions. All right? So this is our situation. What would you guys like to do next as you sit here and ponder?
I'm ready to head west, because before everything happened, that's where I was heading.
Disastrous.
But since the two of you guys are kind of new to this room, just go ahead and do what you want. And Althea, Arthurian, and Sheppy will be waiting by the door. Like, we're thinking of investigating this way, heading west towards a secret door. If you want to take another look around, feel free to, and when you're ready to move on, let us know and we'll continue.
Cassandra's ears perk up at the concept of a secret door, and she's happy to follow Althea's lead.
Alessandra would be the last to follow.
Alright, is that everybody?
Okay. What we're going to do now, I'm going to take your tokens off the map, and you're all going to want to click on that torch, and that's going to be your location. Now, what I need to know is a marching order. Who's first, second, third, and fourth? Are you side by side? That sort of thing. So let's get a marching order. Who would like to go first?
Well, you said Arthurian hadn't been down here before.
Yeah, I think he's been about as far as he is right now. I don't think he went any further. But he does elect to be in the front. If someone wants to stand side by side with him, he wants to be in the front.
I think, yeah, he would definitely opt to be front. Sheppy, I think the two of them should be side by side. Sheppy would, since he recalls going down these halls, he would be kind of guiding him, especially since both of them have dark vision, although it doesn't quite matter since Althea is lighting away.
Yep. Okay. All right, so Arthurian and then Sheppy are in the front side by side. Sheppy will be behind Arthurian if it gets tight, 5-foot wide corridors. Now, who is behind Arthurian and Sheppy?
Cassandra can be next.
Okay, Cassandra.
Alessandra would be last.
Okay, Cassandra and Althea side by side, or Althea behind Cassandra. And bringing up the rear is the mysterious gunslinger, Alessandra. Okay, with marching order figured, now what I want is exploration activities. What would you like to be doing as you explore and travel along the corridors and chambers? And Arthurian is going to be on, no, not defend, because he's using his axe. He's going to be on,
Well, I think Sheppy would be using Scout.
to the front. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Cassandra? Describe what your character's doing
Cassand-
as you travel.
Cassandra's going to try to avoid notice. So she'll try to be walking as silently as possible. I just realized everyone's moving at full speed, right?
Well, no,
Half.
we're pretty much half speed because
Okay.
Sheppy already just took one.
Okay, so then Cassandra will be doing avoid notice.
Okay.
She'll try to not be too far from the group, so that she's aware of where they are.
Okay, give me
But
a
she tries to.
blind stealth roll, and I'll record that.
I don't have my token to select my.
You can
skills, though.
you can open your character sheet, Just go to the actors directory, find your character, open that up, and you can roll stealth blindly there. And that'll work.
I apologize. The character's directory is...
The little silhouette of a guy. Scaramouche. That's the actors directory. The upper right top above the chat area.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Open that up. Make sure you're on blind GM roll. And just click it. I could actually do it for you, couldn't I? Yeah, I could. Alessandra? Well, Cassandra's sneaking about. What are you doing?
While that is happening, Alessandra, she still has her pistols drawn and at the ready, though they're more like clutched to her chest, almost as if she's ready to just take aim and fire. But she's keeping her hearing more keen, like almost straining it to the point where painful to hear if anything's coming up from behind them.
Okay, so you want to use same thing Sheppy's doing, except to the rear. Scout.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Plus you have both weapons out and reloaded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who did I miss? Arthurian, but
Yep, I think Arthurian, since he is also at the front, he should search,
search. Okay.
and Althea will investigate. And heading into this kind of more naturally carved out cave, I'll do nature
Nature.
and use my assurance, so that way it's always a 20.
Okay. Arthurian is searching. Paying close attention. Okay. I'll read this chamber for Cassandra. You enter beyond this door, Arthurian in the lead, and you see a strange, squat cast iron stove with no chimney sitting in the southwest corner, Cassandra, of this room. While to the north, a large oak table covered with cooking utensils sits against a wall. It looks like some type of kitchen. On the floor near the table, a skeletal body slumps. You can see that on the map. But also, as you enter this chamber, you get the smell of cooking, as if the stove itself was generating some kind of smoke. As if it was working, but it's obviously not. And you don't see evidence of smoke or steam or anything like that. Nothing's there, but you can smell it. Now, on the north wall, this wall is almost covered with knives and forks, and like as if they were racks to hold all these knives and forks and cooking utensils. But some of them are actually pointed in different directions. They're not, just hanging on little hooks. Some of them are actually pointing to the left or the right or upside down. And they actually seem to be attached to the wall. And Sheppy would be quick to point out, this was a secret door. We had to move the forks and knives a certain way to reveal it. And there you see in the center of this wall, this portal, this door, which is still open. But don't close it. We'll have to do that whole puzzle again. I hate puzzles, says Sheppy. And as you peer down this, or peer up this, beyond this portal, you see a natural cave lies beyond it, as far as you can see from the light of Althea. Outside of that, nothing else stands out unusual in this chamber. unless you'd like to do something, Cassandra, or any of you, Arthurian's going to push on to the north through the secret door. And he does so. Winding natural stone. It's wet. The smell of mold and decay comes from this room. The ground is soft. It's no longer stone from the previous room, the kitchen where you once stood. Quite a contrasting area. Of course, Sheppy and Arthurian, or Sheppy would point out, we've been here before. This is not far from where Marshall was felled by that beast. Some dark, undead creature with a big sword. This little corridor doesn't go very far before it opens up into this larger natural cave. Rough-hewn walls. All around the ground, you see bones and scraps of metal and cloth. We must be careful here. Sheppy kind of leading the others, because Arthurian has never been here. Steps further into the chamber. The ground is very soft. And as you get towards the eastern portion of this room, you see that it branches off, one to the northeast, one to the east. Okay? Now, the one to the east ends at a door. You can see that. And I believe this is the route you took once before. Beyond that door, that's where Marshall was killed. We gotta be careful. There's undead beyond there. What would you like to do? You have a crossroads here. There's two paths you can take. Arthurian isn't sure which one you want to take. Althea? What do you think? You're right up there with...
Well, we never ventured north. And the right was, if I remember, the circle. So, veer northward, Arthurian.
This way here, that was the path you took before. And beyond that door was that big hallway, if you remember, Althea. It was a long hallway stretching north through south, and it was like coffins were standing erect in these little alcoves all along the walls. You didn't really investigate them, but you know that this door that you're looking at right now is actually a secret door on the reverse side. And it actually opens, it's actually a coffin that opens outward and allows you to step into that corridor. Close by was where Marshall was felled. Now to the northeast, that one to the left, you've never been up that way. You kind of explored a little bit. And in fact, if you peek up there now, Althea, which you've done before, you'll see there is a body, a carcass of a creature. Scalathrax, you believe it was. You can get oil from them. But this is burned and dried to a husk. You see it's lying there, and you kick it once again and snap off one of its legs. Nasty. So, with that in mind, what would you like to do?
Okay, Arthurian, you don't have to twist my arm. We'll head towards Marshall.
Yes, let's go. He leads the way. Yeah, I was just gonna say. Now,
We'll head north next time, but we'll get there.
I believe that last spoke of something up here to the north where we weren't before. Something about cages and being tortured, didn't he?
Well, he must have come from somewhere, so maybe.
You push. And once again, opening up inside. I'll move you in there, even though you're just peeking around the corner. Once again, you see this long hallway. Arthurian steps inside. I'll read this once again for your entertainment. The ceiling of this wide hall rises to a height of 25 feet, maybe 30. Stone sarcophagi, carved with tormented, emaciated figures, stand upright in alcoves along its walls. To your left, right and across from you. To the northeast, a 15-foot wide portion of the wall has crumbled and fallen away to a series of ledges that drop down into a cavern. You can see this. To your right, an eerie blue glow pulses. To your left, also, you see the same thing, only this is more faint and distant. You see multiple eerie blue lights glowing. And they flicker softly. And if you look at your map, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay. If you recall, it was, oh yeah, there's also the body where the body was felled. Marshall was felled here, to the left of where you're standing, actually. If you also remember, this is also where you first encountered Alara, who was in that rubble up here in this location. Right up there. Arthurian begins looking around Sheppy. Yes, he died right here. This is where he fell. There was an axe. I don't see it. Right here is where he was felled. There's no evidence of anything left behind here. You don't see an axe. That was a valuable axe, says Arthurian. It must be here somewhere, perhaps up by that rubble. What do you do?
Well, if we're looking for the axe, maybe check the rubble.
Yeah, definitely not gonna head south.
Have you been south before?
No, but usually if there's any kind of glow or color, it's tried to kill us. Or send us cryptic messages. Cassandra, it's best if we don't head that way, trust me.
Oh,
You're new to the gauntlet.
Oh, the curiosity. What do you do, Cassandra?
Let's check that rebel.
What do you do, Cassandra?
Cassandra defaults to Althea's superior wisdom.
Okay.
I do have good wisdom.
Cautiously and carefully moving forward towards this rubble, you can see from that little location there, you can see there is in fact these little stone natural shelves, which are kind of like steps, leading somewhere you don't know, but they wind downward. Okay. Now, just to be clear, something close by to this location, Althea, attacked your friend Alara, which ultimately killed Marshall. Right around this area was something dark and menacing. Not just one, but two. And as you peer around to the north, you see more clearly this little low flickering blue light coming from the north. Can you see that on the map? You should be able to see some blue light. Okay? You do see that. All right, so that's the situation so far. you like to do? There's nothing here in the rubble.
Head down the steps.
Yes, I'm curious where they lead. I have not been this far. Even when we first discovered this room, I mostly stayed at the secret entrance.
You can see that it's more an extension of a natural cavern as before. It's like the cavern you were just in. It's natural. And as you stand at the top ledge looking down, you see this series of natural ledges that go further down. And you also hear the sound of running water as you pause here.
I've seen running water in this similar cave. I wonder if they're connected.
And it
Looks like they are.
Yes. Althea, you recognize this. You've been here before.
Having made the full circle and knowing where they are, she stops everybody and says, "Shh, shh. Last time we entered this chamber, there was a man and a wolf. Be careful."
Let me paraphrase some things here. This immense cavern is cold and damp. Water drips from condensation above into a large, still lake, which lies before you. Thick patches of moist mushrooms, some nearly 4 feet tall, grow along the western shore of this lake. Where you stand, right in front of you, you can see them. While a narrow trickle of water feeds in from the tunnel to the south to your right. A 35-foot-long pavilion made of stone stands in the middle of the lake. It's elevated about 10 feet above the water level by more than a dozen stone columns. The entire pavilion is encrusted with damp, pale fungus. You can see it. It looks nasty. 2 stone bridges arc from the pavilion, one connecting it to the door set in the northern wall, and another door to the east, which you can barely see from this angle. It's above on the pavilion. You don't see movement. You don't see a familiar campfire, Althea. You remember the one time you were down here, there was a fire going. You don't see it lit. You don't smell the smoke of burning embers. Nothing is here. Bloop. Bloop. Dripping water. What do you do?
Shall we move along the shoreline? Try to get a better sense of how wide this cavern is?
You step close.
Sure.
You step close to the shoreline, Arthurian leading the way, and Sheppy, and you can see close up these giant fungi, these giant mushrooms. They're all over this area. Now, you can't get any further to the north without being on the pavilion, so you begin to head south along the shoreline.
I'd like to investigate the mushrooms.
Yes. They seem like natural mushrooms, nothing unusual. Commonly found. But I will say one thing.
Edible?
I will say one thing. It looks like some of these mushrooms have been harvested. You can see where they once stood. Some of them are broken and the tops taken off, exposed. You do notice that. As far as edible, There's only one way to find out, Althea. You can make a... You can keep your 20 nature check, or you could try tasting one yourself. You're not sure at this moment. Do you partake of some mushrooms, Althea? Some of them are slimy and grotesque, but others look quite appealing. Perhaps. What do you do? Oh, come on, Althea.
Here, Sheppy, try these mushrooms.
Yeah, right.
I don't even think
No,
Sheppy would bat
thanks.
an eye.
No, thanks.
Actually, Alessandra would have probably stepped forward, looking over the mushrooms, and being what she is, would probably start collecting samples of the mushrooms and
Okay.
probably tasting one of them.
Okay, you can harvest some of them. Okay. Make a constitution
So-
save. Make a constitution save.
Well, here's to knowing all ya.
You can make it public or blind. It's fun. Doesn't matter. Just go ahead and make it.
Alright, make it public. Of course, it's not working, which is not surprising.
It's okay.
Okay, there we go.
I don't see it. Did you make it?
I'm trying to get it to work.
Are you clicking it or what? Is it lag?
Oh, it's showing for the companions, so it's not allowing me a chance to click on my save.
Oh, you have to open your character sheet.
Okay.
The HUD won't work on the token for the companions. That's it has no real stats. Now, when you open your character sheet, you can always double click up near the title and it will minimize it on your screen so you don't have to go to the directory and search for your character every time. It'll minimize it right on your screen and you can drag it around and open it up by double clicking it to bring it back up again. That's a little tip shortcut. Eric, if you didn't know that, there you go. Wow, I got a ton of things open here.
Alright, so I see Fortitude, Reflex, and Will for saves.
No, not a constitution save. Fortitude save.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. You reach down and you grab one particular mushroom. It has a purplish top with brown spots all around it. And along the outside edge, it seems rough. It's not smooth like the top part, but you pick it. You smell. You look closely and you see near where you're grasping it, there's a little worm crawling up the side of it. You brush it off. Do you take a bite? You do. You take a bite. A little nibble. It's bitter. Your tongue feels like something is dancing upon it. Actually, it's quite tasty. You swallow it, and it's enjoyable. Doesn't seem to have any effect on you if it had anything at all. It's actually something that would be quite good with a steak, perhaps. And I assume you put it in your bag with the others.
She does.
In the meantime, you continue to move south along the shoreline. To your right, You notice this, Cassandra. A rusty metal chute protrudes from the ceiling to the west here, to your right, coming to an end over a pool of slimy water just up ahead. A huge mound of fungus lies under this tube, against the west wall, resting in a strangely monstrous shape.
So I draw people's attention to it. Yeah, exactly.
Right here.
And I ask if they've ever seen such a thing before.
So if you look at your map, you should be able to see this. There is a chute. It starts here up above. Okay? And it goes about 15, 20 so feet down and ends in this pool of slime and disgust. Right in there.
Is this maybe how some of the occupants deal with their waste?
I don't think the occupants have even thought about how they deal with their waste. They just live in it.
Sheppy butts in and says, "There's that chute. Maybe that goes up to that room with that ghosty creature. He was trying to push me down that chute. Ah, look where it goes." He kind of pulls away. Yeah, it looks like the chute comes from up above where you were and leads down into this pool.
Disgusting.
Interesting.
The pool itself looks maybe... It doesn't look too deep. You'd have to investigate to see. But there is something at the end of it. You see tentacles.
Does any of it look like... I was going to ask, does any of it look like organic matter?
What-
Do I recognize any of it?
What you see on that map is what it looks like. There is tentacles there. Monstrous shape.
Do I recognize it?
Maybe. Do you want to take a closer look?
Yeah, well, I'm investigating.
You are, but it is quite a ways away.
Take like a 5-foot step closer.
Come on. Let's bring you guys over.
Stay back, everybody. I'll take a closer look. See what this is.
In that case, if you want to do that, you're going to have to make a recall knowledge occultism roll. Nature won't cut it. This will be blind, and it will be occultism. Amulet. So, yeah.
I know. It's already built in because I've got it.
Is it? Cool.
Forgot what the word was. But... Invested. That's it. I've got it invested.
Althea steps forward a little bit towards the front of the party. "Careful, Althea," says Arthurian. She starts to look at the creature and look at the tentacles, and I imagine you're not poking it, but it doesn't seem to be alive. In fact, it looks like it is decaying, quite decayed. You're not sure what it is, but it seems familiar. It doesn't look like something you've seen, though. You don't know what it is. If anyone else would like to join in this or explore a little bit further, the chute itself or this creature or the pond or the lake, I should say, let me know.
Sandra would step forward, kneel down beside the this pool or pond or whatever you like to call it, and she goes through her logging to see if she can find a vial or something to take a sample of it.
Okay, make a note. You can collect some water, and as you do so, the pool itself looks maybe 2, maybe 3 feet deep. It's kind of murky, but you can tell when you reach down in that it can't be too deep, at least where you are. It looks like this chute was like a waste disposal type of thing, and this creature at the end of it perhaps had died or something and was shot down here, or maybe it was consuming waste that was fed to it. Could be a lot of different things. But make a note that you've collected a small vial of water. As long as you have a vial to contain it in, you can do so. How about you, Cassandra? What are you doing at this point? Curiosity is ever present in your life. What are you thinking? What's going through your mind right now?
So, she's not the brightest bulb. She's trying to imagine what's going on with that tube that comes down, where that leads to, and who would have created such a thing. She's also wondering how they know that this isn't going to overflow. So she starts to think that maybe that creature at the bottom was meant to consume whatever came in here to prevent exactly that. She's never seen anything like this before.
If you'd like to make a recall knowledge occultism, you can do that to try and identify this creature since you're paying attention to it.
This is going to be brutal.
It is. This will be blind. Okay. You've heard tales of creatures like oozes. Yes, gray oozes. They're used to eliminate waste and garbage. That's what this is, although it looks, it's not gray, but yes, it's a gray ooze. They use them in the big cities. You've heard of them.
So that would imply some level, advanced level of civilization in here.
And as you poke around, Althea, you'd notice this too. You poke around, the chute itself, it's actually accessible. You could reach up into it and actually climb into it if you so chose. Although, it is particularly slimy. It would be difficult to do so.
There's no way you're getting out into that. She hates everything, dirty, other than Sheppy. He's the exception.
Yeah.
I don't know who in their right mind would climb up the chute. Sheppy, do you really think it connects to that same room?
I do, Althea, I do. It must. It was a big chute up there. It had a lid on it. When I peered down inside, it was nasty and slimy. He's got dark vision. He could see pretty far, too, but he didn't get a good look because he just got too scared. Something attacked him. Ghosts. Now,
what about further to the south?
yeah, I'm looking
Opens
now.
up to more water again.
Yeah, it does. It starts to, the cave actually, in the south, the cave starts to narrow real tight. But you can see in the distance, there looks like there's more water ahead, beyond this chute and this pool and this creature that lies here dead. Beyond that, to the south, it continues. There's another body of water ahead. Now, I should point out also, I'll move your token back up here briefly, but you can also see from here, you can see where this larger lake formation continued, you can see in the south, this is where the source of the water is coming from. Right here. And it's feeding into this pavilion area. That's where the water is coming from. All right. So as you explore this and the possibilities of moving up into a chute or moving beyond it, what do you do?
We want to still make out the rest of the coastline, or the shoreline rather.
You can head south beyond the pool here where you're standing, beyond this little chute. You could explore the chute, or as far as the coastline is concerned, right along this lake here, that's pretty much as far as it goes.
Okay.
The water itself is coming down into this pool from this area. Whatever's up there goes up. So it's like a little river coming down.
When you were here before, did you manage to get up on that dais?
When we were here before, yes, we were standing up there on the stone and had ended in from the east side.
Okay.
East side.
And did you go north? I thought I saw the door, the north end of the dais.
We were stopped abruptly when we reached the supposed center area. There's a campfire, and there was a man and a wolf. We suspect that the man is in trouble, but he didn't really communicate well. It was very concerning, and we suspect something to do with werewolves.
Oh my God.
Yes, I went back to the library and did my research if we would ever run into him again, but we haven't. That's why I was concerned when we walked in here, wondering if he was still waiting or if he had moved on.
All right, shall we go south?
Southeast? Sure. I don't know about south.
All right. Is this the direction you're going? Right here? Heading south?
Okay. I see it just opens into the water, right? Okay.
Right. And as you start heading in this direction, you see up ahead the water, another pool of water. It's stagnant as well. But as you draw close to it, Sheppy and Arthurian, the players aren't here. Sheppy and Arthurian, they both mumble to each other. Ahead, I hear that. You hear the whispers. There's strange whisper noises coming ahead. Yes, I do hear it, Sheppy. Everyone, be ready. And they begin to step forward until they get to the edge of the pool, and there, suddenly appearing, a strange wispy glow appears before your eyes. I'm going to briefly show this. Whipping about in front of you. Not just one, but two. And we're going to take a break before we go any further with this. But you see this up ahead, maybe 20 feet in front of you. In the water, above the water itself, you see whipping about, flicking left and right, this strange, glowing, wispy creature with yellow, long tendrils. We'll get into this after the break. All right, so let's take a 5-10 minute break, get something to eat or whatever you need to do, and we're going to be right back. We're going to go to intermission, folks. Intermission time. All right, be right back. All right, here we are, part 2 of session 42. Yeah. We're about to pick up where we left off. The party's moving around to places they've not explored before. And yes, they've just encountered something hovering above the water below them in the south. Another pool of water lies in front of them. And as they peek through this narrow opening, less than 5 foot wide, it'll be a little narrow entry, and you'll be in this water. If you decide to enter this area, not sure how deep it is. Judging from the past pool, doesn't seem too deep. Yeah, we're going to get right to this. So, everybody open your initiative trackers and roll your initiative. Eric, you can use stealth for Cassandra. Everybody else is using perception.
Oh, I suppose, do we get any bonus?
Yes,
Because
yes,
we
yes,
had a
yes.
scout?
Yes. +2, I believe, is what it is. Scouting. Is it +2 or +1?
I believe it's just +1.
Is it +1?
Yes, I think we already all
It's
rolled,
+1,
so
yeah.
just have to bump us.
Right, that includes you, Eric, so...
Do you see me in the initiative tracker?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, you might have to edit your character because it says Eric.
I'll have to change that. It had something to do with him being linked to that other token. His token hasn't been updated yet. That's why it's doing that. Let me see. Yeah, it says Eric. Cassandra. All right. Does somebody need Everybody, do I need to change your initiative values with a +1?
Yeah, Arthurian and I should be 18.
Okay.
That should be 17.
Oh, you both got the same initiative. How'd that happen?
I don't know, we have 2 different modifiers.
18.
Hey, that works out for me, though. Do one, then the other.
It's because Sheppy was paying attention to the front, and he saw these. He was the first one to notice them flickering around. Yeah, everybody gets a +1 bonus. I think that's everybody. Except Sheppy. All right. I have a question. On the map, you know how we use those little rotating turn markers to show who's first and who's second or on deck?
Yeah.
Can you see the one whose turn it is right now?
No.
What is it showing on the map?
No change. Just all of our characters here and the companions. No turn markers.
Oh, you don't see the turn markers.
Mm-mm.
No.
All right, I think we're all set here. You guys can see your tokens, correct? You can see
Yes.
with Althea's
Mhm.
light? Okay. All right. Let me turn that off. Huh. Okay. All right. Cassandra, you're in the back, and you got Sheppy and Arthurian directly in front of you, and Sheppy starts muttering words. There's something up ahead. I see it. There, it's above the water. And you peer forward over his head, and you can see there is indeed something. It looks like it's glowing. It's like this maybe 2-3 foot long, wispy strands of hair floating in the air, and along the outside of it are these yellow glowing stripes, ribbons around it. And it seems to be kind of moving in motion. You only see that above the water. It must be what he's talking about. What do you do? You're up.
So remembering that Althea mentioned how dangerous some of these glowing things have been, Sandra loses all her timidness that comes from her social awkwardness. Instead, with confidence, says, "Lead them back where we can deal with them. Can't fight them over the water." Then she will stride to here and use the take cover action.
Okay.
End of turn.
So you have cover. Yeah, all right. Arthurian. This is you, Rachel. Arthurian leads the way. His hands are gripping his axe tightly. What does he do?
Aye, let's bring them onto land. He is going to also retreat, but kind of like make noise. He's just gonna cut through, and as he does, with his big ol' axe, he bangs it against the stone, making noise. Everybody get behind me. And then I guess he'll just do a recall knowledge on what these creatures are. I wanted him to do something else, but I misread it. That's alright.
Okay. You could do that.
What will Arthurian be rolling?
Occultism. And by the way, we do have a house rule. I should mention this now for Eric regarding recall knowledge checks during combat or during encounters. Even if you fail, you're allowed to keep checking. Because normally when you fail a recall knowledge, that's it. Even though the player doesn't know that fact, because it's meta information. In combat, you're allowed to keep checking, even if you do get a failure. You wouldn't know. I would. But you're still allowed to do it. There's reasoning behind that we'll get into after the stream if you have any questions. But we allow it. I do.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Essentially, it's easy to make mistakes in the heat of a battle. So you might not have all your, you can still make a mistake and still, oh, wait a minute, I was wrong. I was nervous before. I know what this is. So you can still keep checking. That's really what it's representing. All right. What'd you get? Okay. You have no idea what this is. You've seen glowing creatures before, even here in the Gauntlet, but this is something different. Something different. You have no clue what this is.
Alright,
Arthurian.
well, nonetheless, Arthurian actually lessens his grip on his battle axe to just one hand. He kind of like tosses it back and forth. This giant battle axe, like, come get me.
He's just
And
waiting.
once again tells everybody to stand behind me. Come on, Sheppy. Come on, Althea. Alessandra.
And what do you do about that, Althea?
Althea doesn't hesitate too much, and she will also retreat.
Phew. That's it. See you, losers. She's out of here. Okay, stride. That's an act. No.
Mm-hmm.
That it? Ready in action, perhaps?
She'll play it safe and cast Forbidding Ward.
Ward an ally against the attacks and hostile spells from the target enemy. Target ally gains +1 status bonus.
And it's actually going to be cast on. Who do I want it to be cast on? Alessandra.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little spell effect you can drag to your token as well.
Got it. Forbidding Ward. Alright. Lasts for a minute. You get +1 status bonus. Armor class saving throws against the target enemy's attacks, spells, and other effects. Targets 1 ally and 1 enemy. So that would be the strange, glowing, flickering thing that you can see. Although barely. I'm going to let you have it this time. That's tight.
Well, I was closer before.
You can move over here if you want. Then it's no question. Get to the
I
other
can see
side.
more than half of the.
All right, all right.
Wait, you're right. I had it deselected. All right. There we go. She'll stand directly behind Arthurian. Protect me. Be my shield.
And this, what does it look like? What does this look like? The Forbidding Ward begins to glow around Alessandra.
Well, at the very least, it has to be a slightly purplish, bluish hue. Desna, of course. And if it takes shape of anything, it has to be a butterfly.
Yes. Now, Alessandra, this all appears around you. Feel the energy of something mysterious, magic perhaps. And you hear the words of chanting behind you coming from Althea. What do you do?
Alessandra is going to, seeing how her allies are backing up and trying to take either protection in a nook or behind Arthurian, she is going to move forward. Take a position right here, flatten herself as as much as she can against the wall with her guns up and cocked, ready to fire, and then just try and remain stealth as much as she can. So if it does come through and tries to attack, she's gonna try and see if she can get the upper hand on it in stealth.
Okay.
And that'll be the end of her turn.
If you want, you can make a blind stealth roll because you do have cover from the creature. You could actually just
Okay.
push yourself against the thing. You're gonna have cover. If it was gonna shoot at you, you'd have cover.
And
if
you
you
said
want-
stealth?
Yeah, you would use a blind stealth. And I'll record that.
There you go.
Okay. Now, do you guys see the turn marker right now? Not the one on
I
Sheppy.
see it.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Just
I
on
see it.
Sheppy.
Yeah,
Oh.
I see it.
All right, you see the one on Sheppy, but do you see the other one?
Nope.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you will. Because... coming into view. You see another one of these wispy-like creatures. It gets right up to Sheppy. Let me see here. You can't tell whether it sees you, Alessandra. But all of a sudden, as it gets close, it begins to emit some type of electrical energy. It starts to crackle. You see these yellow flickers bounce off of its body. This energy begins to explode around it. Sheppy gets out of the way just in time. And flying over Sheppy's head, it appears again behind you. Sheppy, how does Sheppy react to that little energy blast? He's up. Let me see here. Can you see that creature? I think it's showing up. Can you see that creature behind Sheppy?
Yep, it's faint, but yeah.
Yeah, it is really
Yeah,
faint.
it's faint.
All right, Sheppy's up. Oh, that's me. Sorry. Forgot I was running him. Ah! He lets out a scream. It's behind me. It's flying. It's just above him. He's gonna pull away and move up to here. Alessandra, behind you! Look out! So he's gonna take a little step forward. He's gonna cast his cantrip, produce flame. His hands begin to weave. He begins to chant, and suddenly, little fires appears between his palms, and he shoots it out towards this creature behind him. But no, it goes right through the creature and beyond it, and explodes on the pipe or the chute behind. It misses. And that's it. And another one of these wispy creatures comes up behind Sheppy as he begins to cast this spell. And once again, the crackle of energy cuts through the air behind Sheppy. Let me check his... Okay. All right. Let's see. What else he got? He's going to try it again. Sheppy has avoided all this energy. He must be getting experience dealing with crackling energy. He avoids damage. We're going to go to round 2. Cassandra. No, you're not yet. Hold on, sorry. Let me check something here. But you're up next, Cassandra, so think about what you're going to do.
Got it.
Let me look something up real quick. Okay. You are up, Cassandra.
Okay. So, can you tell me, is there enough space between the wispy creature that's on the corner with Alessandra? Is there enough space between that and the wall that Cassandra can pass through to get behind? So I would end up adjacent to Alessandra and directly to the south of the wispy creature?
Yeah, you could. You could do that.
Okay. So I'll end up here. That's one action. Flurry of blows. Second
Yay!
action.
Flurry
Targeting
of
the wispy
blows.
creature.
Make 2 unarmed strikes. If both
Yep.
hit the same creature, like in this case, combine their damage for the purpose of resistances and weaknesses. Apply your multiple attack penalties to the strikes normally, as it has the flourish trait. You can only use 1 per turn. Pretty cool.
So I don't know if either of those hit.
Are you set to blind? You can
Oh, sorry. Are all attack rolls supposed to be blind?
public.
Yeah, they're public. So I see a 15 and a 19.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's lag.
I got it. And both miss. You cannot catch and make contact with your fists against these wispy creatures. You try and you try. So you moved, attacked, you're done.
Well, the flurry of blows I think is only 1 action though, right?
Yeah, you still have.
I still have 1 action left.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry.
So,
Nice, nice.
but you know what? I'm gonna stay there so I can provide I'm gonna provide flanking for Arthurian. All right, I'm done. I'll stay there.
All right. Suddenly appearing behind you, Alessandria, And you see it as well, Cassandra. This glowing skull suddenly appears out of nowhere, right above the water, right in front of you. And as it does so, give me a number between 1 and 6, Cassandra.
4.
It's got eyes for you, Alessandra. The air once again crackles. What's your armor class, Alessandra? 27?
20.
20? These crackles of energy catch you, and it pierces your body, and you feel the pain. Electricity goes through your body. 16 points of damage. Electricity damage.
Pineapple!
And then it disappears from sight once again.
You just hear Arthurian scream out, "Oh, not again!"
Go ahead, dwarf.
Yet again, Arthurian is not one to back down. He'll take a 5-foot step and attack.
One-handed grip on the axe.
He sure does. So yeah, he'll strike down on this
Wispy creature.
almost hard to see creature.
Yeah.
Oof.
Miss.
And then I will play this. This is new for me.
Dueling parry. You're
So Arthurian's basically just going to get prepared for anything that could come from anywhere.
You can parry attacks against you with your one-handed weapon. You gain +2 circumstance post armor class. I can drag that to your character. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. All right. Done?
Oh yeah. And then Althea kind of moves in. She's wary of the circumstance. But she's not quite in a fleeing mode. She does attack the creature. But with Divine Lance.
Beam of divine energy. Choose an alignment.
So this will be specifically good damage. As this beam of light crashes down. That was a 28.
Which one? Which creature? The one that's...
This one, the closest. She has her eyes set upon it as it dances, mocking her.
As you call out the energies of goodness of Desna upon this creature, and you target it. But for some reason, this good energy does not seem to take hold of the target at all, as if it was invisible, and it just dissipates around it. It seems unaffected.
I concur, pineapple.
You just got here. What are you talking about? Wow. All right, you're done. Gonna go to Alessandra. Now, as a note, a little meta here for Dizzy. One of the good things you can do with your your turn in combat when you're a shooter like that is ready in action. All right? It costs 2 of your actions to do so. During your turn, you can ready in action and you nominate a trigger. And in this case, a good one for you would be like, all right, you've taken cover, you've moved here or whatever, you got your weapons out. I'm going to ready shooting at that creature when it makes its appearance around that corner. Something like that.
Okay.
And you could take your action when it shows up and shoot right away. Because I kind of see an opportunity where you could have done that here, but that's ready in action. So I mentioned this. Dizzy's kind of new to Pathfinder too, so she's just getting the gist of it. But yeah. All right, you're up, Alessandra.
Alright, well, she's not looking too good. Looking at the creature that has not only come in, but the second creature that was there before it vanished. She's going to lower her 1 flintlock and fire at the creature that is in front and to her left.
That one. 27. You are dead on. It's not critical. But you do manage to catch it in mid-flight. It zips around. 5 points of piercing damage. What is concussive?
Concussive, these weapons match as much as puncture when determining a creature's resistance or immunity to damage from this weapon. Use the weaker the target's resistance or immunity to piercing or to bludgeoning. For instance, if the creature were immune to piercing and had no resistance or immunity to bludgeoning damage, it would take full damage from a concussive weapon. Resistance or immunity to all physical damage or all damage applies as normal.
Nice. Okay, you hit it. You caught it in there. It reacted. I don't know if it sounded like that, but yeah, you definitely hit it. Good shot.
She's going to... Let's see here. She already fired. Gotta
Now you-
reload.
Okay.
She's gonna reload. And I think that takes up the last 2 actions she has.
Takes a 1 action, I believe, reload for your flintlock pistol.
And then she'll
But that's
fire with
fast.
her... She'll fire with her secondary.
That's fast. 6 seconds to load a flintlock pistol? Wow.
He's a
That's
professional.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. You hit. Again. Roll damage. Wow. 5 more
And that'll be
points.
the end of her turn.
Okay, excellent. So you got it twice. Well, your back is pressed against the wall. Like, boom, boom. Little reloading in between. Good shooting. Excellent. All right, give me a number between 1 and 6, Alessandra.
3.
seems to be reacting to the dwarf behind. All of a sudden, it begins to pulsate and churn in the air close to Arthurian's head. He tries to back away from it and get away from it, but it seems to be honing in on him. Arthurian needs to make a will save. Make that blind. The long yellow wisps begin to flash and flicker all around Arthurian. Whoops. I did that wrong. Arthurian looks very confused. And for those not in the know, confused. You're flat-footed, don't treat anyone as your ally, and can't use reactions, delay, or ready. All your actions are determined by the GM. You use your actions to attack, cast offensive cantrips. The target is determined randomly by the GM. If you have no other viable targets, you automatically hit yourself. When damaged by an attack or spell, you can attempt a DC 11 flat check to end this condition. So there's a little meta for you regarding confused. Arthurian is very confused at the moment. He doesn't know what's going on. He almost drops his axe, but he doesn't. And give me a number from 1 to 6, Cassandra.
2.
It turns back towards you, Alessandra, and again the electrical sparks start to shoot from this creature. You manage to get out of the way. Just in time. Sheppy. What's going on, Sheppy? You're up.
What's Sheppy thinking?
Oh, that's me.
Yep.
Wow. I did it again. Let me make this creature flat-footed. Oh, no. Boy, he's really stuck in here. Alright, he's gonna do what you did, Cassandra. He's gonna hustle out of here. That's 10 feet. "25 feet away from where he was. He's now behind Arthurian, where he should have been. And next, I don't know what to do. I'm confused. And he's gonna take pause and think. Think, Sheppy. Spells. More magic. Yes, that's what I'll do. Cast electricity at it. That'll work. Why not?
Sheppy, we had this conversation.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's gonna cast it. On that creature. In front of Arthurian. And again, the electricity appears in the hands of Sheppy, and it releases towards the direction of this flickering creature that's between Cassandra and Arthurian. Excuse me. And it seems to go right through the creature. It doesn't pay any attention to it at all, and the electricity crashes against one of the walls on the side. Totally ineffective. I should have listened to you, Althea.
Well, there's always next time. Don't let me down.
All right. This one flickering creature, the second one, comes up behind you, Cassandra. And you turn abruptly at the last second to see this other one. You're flat-footed at the moment. And let's see, can I access this here? Make a will save blind, Cassandra, as it seems to be revolving around your head, and you're trying to pull away from it, and it's flashing and sparkling, very distracting. Okay. But you're able to not be distracted by it at all, and you refocus yourself, looking at it squarely. Okay, you're unaffected. Cassandra, you're up second here. Give me a second. But you're up after this. Alessandra, as all this is going on and you see your new friend Cassandra go into this fighting stance and focus her mind on what's in front of her and behind her, there's a brief moment of silence. For just a couple seconds, everything is quiet. And your elven ears pick up... You're elven, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, thought so. Pick up the sound of humming. It sounds like a voice beyond the pond to the south. And you make out the words, "Be careful. Please be careful." Cassandra, you are caught between these two creatures, one in front and one behind. They're kind of hovering above you. They're within reach. Are you ready to strike? You're up.
Well, let's hope they don't have terrific reflexes, because Cassandra is going to maneuver here,
Okay.
so I can flank with Alessandra.
All right, take away your flanking condition. Get out of that position. I'll do it for you.
Okay, just is that in the heads up display, or do I have to open my character sheet for that?
That on your token.
Oh, I see. Is it the? No, I don't see.
Well, it's gone now. I took it away. Let me
Okay.
let me make you flat-footed. All right, you'll see near the chat window or near the chat area at the top.
Mm-hmm.
You know where the little speech bubble symbol
Yeah, I
is?
see it. Yeah.
That flat-footed icon, you could right-click on that and it'll get rid of it. There you
That's
go.
great. Okay.
That's how you get rid of tokens or conditions that are on your token. You can get rid of them that way.
Perfect. Okay.
There is another way to do it, but we won't go into that. That's the easiest way to do it.
All right. So I'm gonna flanking with Alessandro. I'm gonna try flurry of blows again. So this is the first.
It's about time we had a monk in the group. I like monks.
And this is the second.
Yeah.
Right. So do either of those hit?
Okay. First, you have to describe your attack for me. What does it look
Okay,
like?
so that's fine. So it's floating above. So it's basically a jump where she tries to do 2 bicycle kicks, as it's she needs to get a little bit airborne against this thing.
Nice. Perhaps she's bracing against the wall. And she throws her legs up in the air to kick. And you hit. One of your strikes hits true. Do normal damage.
Oh,
I was going to say, you don't happen to have Stunning Fist, do you? And you do.
I do. But it's for some reason my damage is D4. It shouldn't be D4. It should be D6.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
It also says non-lethal, which I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be lethal.
Yeah.
Because you have that option as a monk.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I should have been using fist. Let me try rolling my damage for fist. Let's see if that makes the difference. I bet it does.
Yeah,
it
there
does.
you go.
That's the one.
Hmm.
Okay. So
All right, 6 points.
and I actually don't have stunning fist, Rachel, sorry.
Oh, really? Because it says Stunning Fist in
Yeah.
the description.
I'm not sure why that's there.
Oh,
As-
that's too
hold
bad.
on. Maybe I make a mistake. That might have been a previous version of the character. Oh no, I do have stunning fist. I apologize. I do.
No need to
Um,
apologize. That's excellent news. So it has to make a Fortitude save.
Yeah, fortitude save, class DC 20. This is an incapacitation effect, so if it's higher level than me, a success becomes a critical success, and so on and so forth.
Whatever. Next. You stunned my creature.
Yay!
Don't forget you
We
have hero
needed
points.
some sort of break.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That does that apply every time you attack with your fists?
Every time I use unarmed attack, either
Wow.
when I'm targeting someone with my flurry of blows or a regular unarmed attack.
Yeah, at least one of them has to hit, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, you've
Yeah, it has to be flurry of blows. It can't just be on any old thing.
gotcha. Very cool. You've stunned it. It seems to be
I have one
hovering
action-
there with a
I have
blank
one
expression
action
on
left.
its face.
I have one action left. I think I'll try just one more hit. This can be at my worst attack, but
Okay.
maybe we'll get lucky. It is still flat-footed, so. 22.
That hit.
Yes, not bad for your worst attack. It also helps that you rolled high. Ooh.
So 8 damage.
Wow. Describe how you finish this creature off and knock it out of the air.
So as I hit it with the first one that stunned it, so it starts floating lazily, I bring my hand down right through the middle of it, so it sort of folds in a V,
Yeah.
and then it slams to the ground.
And it slams to the ground hard with a splat. It goes motionless. You have finished the creature off, Cassandra. It feels good.
It does indeed.
It does indeed. And okay. Now I'm going to ask one more time. Do you guys see the turn marker? The orange one, the main one, the one whose turn it is
Not-
right now.
Nope.
Not currently, no.
Interesting. Good. Because I'm going to get sneaky. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Althea. Althea. 1 to 6. Althea.
6.
Okay. suddenly, Alessandra, it appears once again, this glowing skull. And you hear the crackles of energy break the air. Right around you. What is your armor
Pineapple,
class?
pineapple, pineapple.
What is your armor class? 20?
Mm-hmm.
It catches you. And you feel this energy go through your weapon and into your arms, and in your chest you feel the full brunt of this electrical bolt that shakes your body. You've taken 36 points of electricity damage.
She's out. She is out.
Put yourself at dying 2.
Dying 2.
Perfect. Okay. And it fades from sight. Arthurian.
Alright, what does he do? In his confused state.
Get this creature out of here.
Random.
So when you die, everything you're holding, you drop. So your pistols they have to be picked up again. Alessandra. So, Arthurian, you see your newest companion in front of you drop to the ground, fighting against one of these creatures' glowing skulls you've seen before. This is what you've fought just recently. The same things. You're not sure what they are, but they're deadly. And it's just faded from view. Now you're running Arthurian, right?
Yeah, but he's confused right now.
Oh man. That's right. That's right. Well, he's going to turn around and face you guys. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Cassandra.
Sorry, 3.
He's going to put a double grip on his axe. He can do that. And he's going to strike at you, Althea, with this battle axe. I know you're there somewhere. The axe comes down. Eight points of slashing damage.
Oh, well, now he hits.
Now it hits.
Arthurian, stop! It's me!
And he's going to follow through with his sweep attack against Sheppy. He's going to get a +1 on this, which I have to manually add, but it's to no avail. He clearly misses with that last strike. He is done. When damaged by an attack or a spell, you can attempt a DC 11 flat check to end this condition. So he has to be damaged or hit by a spell. Damaged by an attacker spell. Is to be damaged. Alright, he's done. He doesn't know what he's doing. You're up, Althea.
So we're gonna have to hit him to get him to snap out of it.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily know if that'll work or if it'll just damage him. And then we just have 2 injured people.
Yeah.
Instead, Althea is not going to retaliate against Arthurian. She's going to actually try to look for that other skull creature that they had seen before and had attacked and then disappeared. So I'd like to, I suppose that was a seek action we determined to try to find it.
Yeah. Dizzy, if you want, because I know your screen's probably black, if you want, you can click on the torch token just so you can see what's going on. All right.
Trying to find the torch token.
It's right up here. You see it?
Nope, don't see it. Maybe it's for the best I don't see and just prefer to stay in the dark.
All right. You don't have to. Because when I was playing the game as a player and I died, which I did a couple times, the screen goes black. I don't see nothing. That was annoying to me. Hurry up, somebody
For the
heal
best
me.
I don't see.
Okay. Now, what were we doing, Althea? Seek
I'm
action?
scanning the area for that skull wispy creature, the one that I suppose it was reddish.
Okay. Make a blind perception roll. You can just make out its shape there. It is no longer undetected to you. You see it floating there. Just a brief outline. It's considered hidden to you. You'll need a DC flat check 5 to be able to target properly, but at least you know where it is. Nobody else knows this, by the way.
No, everybody does know this because Althea straight up points out it is right there. She takes the full length of time to say, right by her body, it is right there. Well, we need to band together and attack. And she just screams it in Arthurian's ear specifically because she does not want to get hit by him again.
What is that? What is that? He don't know what's going on.
In front of you, Arthurian, attack forward to the south.
Okay, you're done. So what that means,
Oh.
everybody
Okay.
treats the creature as hidden. Okay, so you know where he is. He's in that square next to Alessandra. You just need a DC flat check of 5 or greater to be able to target it with each attack. All right, that goes for everybody because of what Althea did there. As long as everybody can see.
And then with the last bit of her breath, she'll cast shield.
Did I do that right, Rachel? Do they have to make perception checks, or is it automatic when you do the seek or the point out? I don't remember.
Let me double check. I don't think they do, but the words will have it.
Yeah, you look that up.
Oh, it says if my allies can't hear me, they have to do a perception check.
All right.
But it says you indicate a creature that you can see to one or more allies, gesturing in a direction and describing the distance verbally. The creature is hidden to your allies rather than undetected.
All right, we did it right then. Okay. It's over there. Let me reveal it. It's just hidden. What's the shield? Okay, shield.
Yep.
All right, let me move you on initiative, Alessandra. I forgot to do this for forget which one it was. I'm going to say it was this one. This creature here. I know what creature it was, actually. So, you don't have to check yet. Yeah, we did that right. Sheppy. Sheppy's next. Which is me. So you've felled one of these creatures, and there's two more. Two different ones near Alessandra's body.
Has Sheppy been casting a lightning arc?
Yeah, he cast Electric Arc previously, and it didn't do anything.
Okay, because it can target 2 people.
It didn't do anything.
So maybe he could target these 2. I don't know.
Don't do it, Sheppy. So far, 2 out of 2 times you've tried that on similar creatures had absolutely 0 effect.
Yes, blast it. The magic doesn't affect it. I'm sure of it. What can I do? Let's see what he's got here. He's got a sling.
Maybe he can bolster one of us. I don't know.
Sheppy, do you have projectile, telekinetic projectile?
Good one.
I see rocks and mushrooms. I don't know how much damage a mushroom would do.
use the rock.
Maybe they have an allergy.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
I don't know what his repertoire consists of, but throw something at it, Sheppy.
Acid Splash. That's a spell attack, though, right? Magic acid.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have that. Yeah. All right, he's gonna reach around his waist for it and pull out a sling.
Intimidate it.
He pulls out his sling, and then, let's see. He gets it ready to attack with, and first thing he wants to do is he wants to step over here, kind of out of the water, and he's going to spend his last action opening his maw and baring his nasty yellow sharp teeth. You'll all pay now. Ah! Let's go for a intimidation.
Yeah.
He starts cursing in goblin
Scare
tongue.
them back to where they came from.
Oh, let's check this out. This one right here. It doesn't seem to react at all to this nasty maw that's revealed. I mean, he pulls his hood down and everything else, and he just bears it all, and he opens his mouth unnaturally large, revealing all these teeth and this nasty tongue, and just, and he hisses at them. Doesn't seem to pay him any attention at all. And that's him. But he does have his
Poor
sling out.
Sheppy.
Yeah. He does have his sling out. This one creature comes forward towards Arthurian, and it begins to shoot sparks and electricity all around it once again. But it does no damage to Arthurian. Cassandra, it turns its attention to you, almost randomly shooting out sparks and electricity, this time towards you. Your armor class is 22.
Yep.
This kind of took you by surprise. You weren't expecting it to come forward so quickly. You were slightly distracted. You're going to take 8 points of electricity damage. So it did catch you. You pull away instinctively from it. You are up next, Cassandra. How do you react to that? Did you take your damage?
I did.
Okay.
Did. Should see barely injured above me. Cassandra will respond by channeling her Kai as one action.
Ah, focus. Focus spell.
Oh wait, I should. Is that do? Okay, did. All right. So these have +1 to hit, as I'm doing flurry of blows, and they'll do d6 extra damage. I'll do force damage if they hit. So here's flurry of blows. First attack. Oh, flirted with that 20. Second attack. So that's actually a 20 with Kai. I don't know if that hit.
That's it. Just hit because of that.
Perfect.
Now let me see here just a second before we
Sorry.
go any further with that. I see your damage. Spell effect key strike or Kai strike. You focus your key into magical attacks. Now this you're casting a spell, right? That takes an action
Well,
to do that.
it's a focus spell, yeah. So that was one action, and then flurry of blows was a second action.
All right, then the attack. All right, okay. All right, yeah.
So the what?
You
So the one
did
hit. That's 5 bludgeoning and 4 force damage.
So 8.
Okay. Yep. I have one action left, so I'll do one more strike.
And
Is that
it
my lowest?
has to do stunning fist too.
Oh yeah, it has to do stunning fist because of my flurry of blows. That's true. So fortitude DC 20 save. Thank you, Rachel.
Making me do all these things. Monks. All right, so once again, it just lingers there, floating.
Okay. The last attack is a miss. That's all 3 actions. I'm done.
Actually, it has to spend an action every turn to hover or something, doesn't it? Because it's flying.
Oh, yeah, if it's flying.
So it's going to fall to the
True.
ground when its turn comes around. Stunned. That's interesting. Very good. Monk is kicking butt.
Oh, actually, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm sorry if you already know this. I apologize. But stunned 1 just means it loses one of its 3 actions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't lose. It's not like in some versions of the game where you lose everything you're stunned. Like, okay, so yeah, it just loses one of its actions unless the crit failed, in which case it's stunned 3.
Yeah, stunned 3. That's
Okay.
bad. Stunned. Stunned. Where are you, stunned? You can't act while stunned. Stunned usually includes a value which indicates how many total actions you lose from being stunned. When you regain actions, reduce the number you regain by the stunned value. Then reduce your stunned value by the number of actions you lost. If stunned has a duration instead of a value, you lose all your actions for the listed duration. Alessandra, now you make a recovery roll. Flat check. 10 plus your dying value, which is 12 or greater.
Or a hero point.
And you can spend all your hero points to stabilize right now. Ooh,
Oh, there you go.
that is a success. Critical, so you lose 2 dying. Boom.
That worked out.
You stabilize.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was good. Didn't need no hero point. Wow. So take away your dying. You're still unconscious and all that. Okay. This glowing skull deftly moves between you all and beyond over the head of Sheppy and gets behind Arthurian. And while Arthurian's back is turned, it strikes. Shooting from its eyes, these electrical arcs come flying at him. And they hit. It's going to do some damage. 13 points. Electricity damage on Arthurian. He's taken damage now, so he will get a check. Confused. When damaged by an attack or spell, you can attempt a DC 11 flat check to end the condition. So he's going to try that now. Let me make this public. He needs 11. He could use a hero point on this.
I was going to say, if he doesn't get it, can he use a hero point?
Yeah, so let's do that. Because you got a 10, so let's take away a hero point. Only one. Here it goes.
Well, there is no critical failure with this, so we only get better.
Huzzah! All right, so he got rid of confusion. He shakes his head back and forth, grips tight his axe. He's no longer...
knew that jolt was just what he needed.
Yep, just what he needed. All right, so... disappears from sight. Arthurian is up.
With that said...
Arthurian... Oh, he's no longer confused, so get that out of here. Now he can see what's going on. He's got himself back in order here.
And I suppose... Oh, go ahead.
What do you got? Go for it.
I was just wondering, last we left off, he was holding it two-handed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, that was just the only question. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, he gripped it two-hand when he went at you. Getting serious now. Gonna finish that now once and for all.
No!
Yeah, he's holding on to that double gripped. I told you all, stand behind me! And he's gonna attack this one in front of him that he can see. This one right here. With his axe. It's 22. That's going to be hit. Normal damage with the axe. 4 points. All right, he's gonna try and intimidate this thing. He starts screaming out profanities in dwarven tongue, so not to offend anybody else here. He starts screaming out profanities, this guttural sounding, harsh language that he's speaking. And let's see if he's any good at intimidating this thing. He's going to have a penalty on this. Okay. Doesn't seem to pay him any attention. Anyway, Althea, you're next. As you hear the dwarf, obviously getting angry and cursing. Even you're blushing. You don't even speak Dwarven.
Althea advances. She reaches into her belt pouch, which is right up on her hip, and takes out a healing potion.
And?
Well, I believe that's it. To uncork it, or...
One to move, one to retrieve. It was in your... wasn't in your pack or anything. And you got one more action.
And she's gonna feed it to her friend.
Okay. Cloop, 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 cloop. That's you, Alessandra. Which, of course, has absolutely no effect on you.
It's true, she's a vampire. She doesn't get healed by positive stuff.
Yep. And we still don't know that.
Nope.
So I've wasted 2 healing potions and all of my healing spells.
Well, you might start getting the gist now, so... it'll click.
You can kill me afterwards.
Well, the liquid is poured down your throat. And you are dealt 4 healing. Positive. I'm not sure what else.
But it does nothing. So it won't injure her.
Well, if you're undead, it damages.
I think
'Cause
healing.
it just...
I think
it says
healing
heal.
potions are
Oh,
nothing.
I guess it says living. It says heal living creatures with positive energy. Deal positive energy damage to undead. So I suppose if you're not undead, I don't know what the categories are for that ancestry type.
We'll look this up afterwards because I'm under the impression that healing potions don't actually do anything.
That's what I was
Whereas-
under the impression for.
But healing spells
So then
do positive.
Absolutely nothing happens, and Althea just shakes her body. Why isn't it working?
We'll look that up after again. Damn fears.
Return to us.
Again, I'll see. You can kill me afterwards.
Althea's ready to just renounce her deity and
Shatter
just
the
give
vial.
up on all healing.
Uh-oh. Sheppy is next. Which means you are harmed by positive damage and healed by negative effects. Oops, where'd it go? Healed by negative effects as if you were undead. We'll discuss that afterwards. Alright, let's get back to Sheppy. He's got his sling out. He's gonna have to load it though. I don't know if it's loading 1 or
It's a reload 1.
1. Alright, so he's gonna load it. He didn't do that before. And everybody out of the way! Oh, it's right in front of him though. That's gonna hurt. lets out a stone. Right in front of him. And it hits. It hits. Let's do some damage. 2 points. Almost. It's not looking good. Who's under that pipe? Cassandra.
Yeah.
It's focusing in on you. It's going to try and shock you.
Critical fail.
Yeah, it's public. You saw that. Yeah. Critical fail. I was looking at stunned here. I got to remember this. So stunned 1, he loses 1 action. When you regain actions, reduce the number you regain by your stunned value. Then reduce the stunned value by the number. Yeah, that's... When does this go away?
Well, at the beginning of the next turn. So when he regains actions, so on his
yeah.
his next one, right, he'll have his full complement unless I stun him again.
So does he have his full complement now?
No, because then he wouldn't have any. Then stun wouldn't have any effect, right?
Yeah.
Like it has to.
So-
he has to. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
so he's stunned 1, so when it's his turn, he gets 3 actions. You subtract 1, which leaves him as 2. So basically, at the end of his turn, you can just remove stunned. And then his next turn, he'll be back to 3, unless Cassandra does it again.
Okay. That's cool. So it's got 1 more action then.
Does it need an action to hover?
I think so. Because it has a fly speed, so... I mean, yeah, it's fly speed, so I think... That's worth looking up, actually, because I've never done a lot with flying creatures. I'm going to look that up. Just to double check that. It's under actions. Right there. Very curious. Fly. Oh, you gotta spend an action to fly, which allows you to move up your speed. Let me see. Moving upwards, straight, downward, blah, blah, blah. 10 feet every movement phase. If you fly to the ground, you don't take any damage. You can use an action to fly 0 feet to hover in place. If you're airborne at the end of your turn and didn't use a fly action this round, you fall. So the fly action is kind of required if you want to stay aloft. So he has 2 actions. One's going to have to be fly. And the other action was to attack with his shock. So he's done. Very good. This is my first time playing with Pathfinder 2e monks. Well, my second time. The first time wasn't much. So this is cool to see. Stunning and all that stuff. I like it. All right. You're up, Cassandra.
Okay. I'm going to try and finish that thing off with another flurry of blows. So, it's the first part. Yes, sir.
Wow.
And this is the second one.
18. The first one hits.
Okay. So 10 points of damage.
Describe how you finish it off and knock it out of the air once again.
So she just reaches up really blindly fast as it tried to shock her. She dodged underneath and then with the viper grip grabbed it around the throat, snapped its neck.
And what can be identified as a neck? Just a big long
Yes,
strand
yeah.
of hair.
Yeah, whatever's closest to the head.
This looks right.
It's all neck, Eric.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
All right. Second action. I'm gonna just target the square that's between my two companions there, and make another strike, just in case the floating skull is there.
Is it a DC 11 flat check to hit undetected? Or is it all guesswork?
Yes, but I don't think it matters because I rolled a 9
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
total. So,
Next.
but yeah, otherwise it's DC 11.
All right. Good show.
And
Good show.
I have one action left. I
Okay,
think
go
I'm
back.
going to move up to here. So I'll be spread out in case it appears somewhere else. All right, end of turn.
Alessandra, nothing you can do at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
about
really
it.
don't think there's anything I can do.
Somebody's got a... You're on the damn pier. I'm telling you, you gotta drop that gimmick. It's not working. It's getting you killed. You need some healing. Battle medicine, maybe?
The 1 feet I don't have. Sorry.
All right, where are we?
Well, end of turn. Since there's really not much I can do.
When you crit recover, you're still at 0 hit points, right? You don't
Yep.
you don't gain anything back from that. Okay. No.
Give me a number from 1 to 6, Cassandra.
4.
It's got eyes for you, Cassandra.
I meant 3.
Too late.
Too late. And there it is. A 24. Let me make that blind.
Good lord, it's plus 17.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's normal damage. Normal damage. Normal damage. It's okay. 11 points of electric damage. And keeps blinking in and out, shooting sparks and electricity all around you. These things are dangerous, man.
I'm not sure we should stick around because we can barely even if we could see it, maybe, but this thing is not going to miss us very much. And what do you two think? Should we stick around?
You're the monk. Strike hard, strike fast.
If you could point it out to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, you need somebody pointing it out. Find it and pointing it out. Here, Arthurian.
Did you want me to go? I'm not sure.
You're running Arthurian.
It sounds like it's your turn.
All right. Well, you played his last turn, so I wasn't sure if
He was
you were like.
confused. He was confused. I
not
did.
the.
I know. I
Yeah.
did.
Well, he shall take a seek action to pinpoint and point out where the creature is. Let me just switch that to blind.
Okay, you're not making it out this time. You don't see it. You're not sure you hear it or anything. You know where it was last, but surely it's moved from there. It's all guesswork at this point. You've no clue.
Well,
Nothing to point out.
he's going to just move up and say, I don't know where it went or where it's gone to, if it's moved at all. And he's just kind of regrouped with the others.
Do we want to drag
Yeah, that's what I was
Alessandra
going to
out of
do.
here?
Yep. Althea puts her little tiny arms underneath and tries to lift her up.
Binley crawls out onto your arm and he grabs a hold too and the hair strands and he's pulling. Making believe. Alright, you can drag her along. You have to give me an athletics check to see how far you get. Just give me a public athletics check. Oh.
I will re-roll that
Okay.
with a hero point. Because I might as well. It's still not the greatest.
Wow. I'll let you move 5 feet without her, but she don't budge.
She wouldn't leave her.
Okay.
Instead, Althea is going to take a seek action.
Okay.
I'm like, what's going on over there? I'm trying to find the creature.
Go ahead, perception it. You're not sure where it disappeared to. It was back there attacking Cassandra and Sheppy, but then you can't make it out. No clue where it might be.
Alright, well then she's just going to stay here.
You want to try pulling her again? I'll let you do it again.
Okay, I'll try to do it that then.
Another athletics check. It's not easy. Big ol' elf. Nope. All right, Sheppy. Where did it go? I don't see it no more. He's gonna fall back. He's got his sling. He doesn't know where to look. Now, with that, you all pause. You're not sure where it went, where it is. You all fall silent. Listen. You hear nothing except the water sounds in the background. 10 seconds go by. Nothing. Everybody make a blind perception roll.
Including me?
Well, no, not you.
Okay.
Should be one more.
I did Sheppy blind. In this silence, Althea and Sheppy, you hear something, and when you hear it, you both look at each other. Althea and Sheppy, like, did you hear that? That kind of a look. You hear this moaning sound coming from where these creatures came from. And you can make out the words, especially you, Althea, in common. You hear it's saying, "Oh no, I think they've been killed. Oh no." It's a strange voice. It sounds very, almost ethereal. but it doesn't sound threatening. And you almost hear crying. At this point, as you all quiet down, you can all hear this. Every once in a while that you hear like something in the distance is crying. From the south area where these creatures came from. Now we're going to end the session tonight, but if there's anything else you'd like to do at this stage, like go to the south and investigate, or pack up your belongings and get out of Dodge, or do some medicine on Alessandra, you can do that now. But we are out of the encounter.
Okay. So I'll do ward medic on Alessandra and Arthurian.
Okay.
Quick, Cassandra, come here, come here.
Yeah. So
She's not moving. I feel a breath, but she's gravely wounded.
So I can't move Arthurian, but let's just say this was also on him as well.
So is it like one check for both people? Or is it 2 checks?
Question.
Either way, it's pretty cool.
I had it before. Let's just hover over it. Let's see. Ward medic says you can treat up to 2 targets. That's all it says.
That's it. Is it in the...
If you want to make it 2 rolls, that's fine. If you want to make it 1 roll that applies to both, that's fine. So it's whatever you decide.
Well, you got a 27 on that roll, so this will be Alessandra. So that's going to be a lot of healing there. That is...
If that's a critical success.
Yeah, it is. 48. $27 points, Alessandra. You are no longer unconscious.
So at the same time, this would have been for Arthurian.
$21. Yeah.
5 for him.
Ward medic. Boy, is that freaking useful.
So next time we level up, we're all taking medicine, right?
I was surprised nobody actually had it, except there was a couple of characters that had it, but they weren't in the session. It's like, you're in the session, nobody's got medicine? Nobody's trained in it?
Okay.
I think Sheppy has healer's tools. That's about it. I think Althea has them.
No, I was waiting for level 5.
I guess you normally use your magic to heal.
When you use treat disease or treat wounds, you can treat up to 2 targets. It sounds like it's for 1 action.
That's how I read it originally, but I could see if someone wanted to say 2 targets is 2 rolls. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I would assume it would be 2 rolls. You just get to treat 2 of them within that time. Well, that's something to look up later. But that was good. That is good. Let me write this down. Treat wounds. And does anybody want to do anything else? Got a little healing there?
Alessandra would weakly gather her pistols.
Yeah, you can pick them up. And he got 27 hit points, so you're back in action. You're all good.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like this place. I can't play Sheppy. He's so good at it. And we'll leave it at that. We'll call the session there. And yes, silence has fallen on the companions once again as you hover around the mouth to this little lake area where you hear occasional weeping in the distance, ethereal sounding weeping and voices. You don't know what it is. You've never heard it before. Perhaps some investigation is in order, or perhaps not. You've recovered a little bit from this battle. The skull creature that was glowing and shooting shocks of energy everywhere, causing so much havoc on the companions, has disappeared. For the moment. Nobody saw it defeated, so you don't know what happened. And we'll pick up from there the next session. All right, folks, we're going to call it right there. Everybody, you can do your outros. We'll start with you, Althea. What's going on? What did you think?
Yeah, good session. Didn't think we'd end up here at all. Who knew that traveling this way would lead to another floating skull creature and a couple other wispies. Yeah. All glad that we're glad that we're all alive, though.
Yep. We'll see what lies to the south.
Yeah. Can just make it, but can't quite see to the east. I wonder where that goes, if it turns right around and connects, or leads to something else.
Want to splash in the water and take a peek real quick?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, we're leaving. We're all leaving. We're leaving now. We cannot leave fast enough. I cannot unsee what I have seen. I'm scared.
What did you see? What did you see? See that, Cassandra?
We're all just taking peeks around the bend. Oh no, okay, so that's where they came from. Great.
Yeah, Alessandra
wow.
Alessandra would be grabbing Althea and we're getting the fuck out of here.
We'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
not until Arthurian and Sheppy snap out of it. Come on, get with it. It's like you guys aren't all here today.
Awesome. How about you, Dizzy? What'd you think? Do your outro for us.
As always, it's always fun having these sessions. I feel so much pity for Althea and how much probably hair pulling I'm probably doing to her.
But you
Not
guys
gonna have much hair by the end of it. She's just pulling it all out. Why isn't this working? I just want to revive her.
I
She
gotta
needs
hand it
my
to you.
help.
I gotta hand
Is
it
it
to
a
you for
secret that
playing
you're a
it.
Dampier?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
They don't know.
her last one was also a Dampier, and we also found out the long, hard way.
Yep.
Which is why I have no healing spell.
which is why I was actually going to ask Fritz to give you another hero point because you have to put up with me.
Yep. I gave it
I'm
two,
just
right?
I'm just trying to. Yeah, you did. Yeah, a lot of the things I do are spells, so I don't use a lot of hero points because I do spells, and then I typically stay in the back, so I don't get hurt all that often or
Yep.
need to use anything.
You're the first one to make the big escape and save the party from TPK. It's true.
Either that or Sheppy's quick feet.
Yep. All right, Dizzy. Well, we'll see what happens next time. And of course, our newest player, Eric. What do you think, my friend?
I had a lot of fun. It was great meeting you guys. This seems like it'll be a really fun group to play with. I like the staying in character. I like the interactions that way. You're very descriptive GM, Fritz.
Thank you.
So it's gonna inspire me for when I'm DMing my friends. Sorry, I keep saying DMing, It's GMing, right? I'm old school. I apologize.
You are. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it was fun. Just a lot of exploration. I'm stunned at how good Foundry is for this.
Yeah, it is.
Do you mind? I want to just bring Cassandra down just to see that animation again. Like, wow, that's great. It's a really good intersection of players and GM and virtual tabletop. So I'm really happy to be part of the group. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome, man. We enjoyed having you, and we'll have you back in the next session too. It was good stuff. A monk, man. That was great seeing how the monk works. I enjoyed that. Stunning
Yeah,
fist
they're-
and all that good stuff. That was nice.
Yep.
Fun.
Yeah, I had fun too. It was good. It's good.
All right, folks, we're going to call the episode tonight. We'll be back again probably next week. We're going to be doing Kyle's campaign, The Wild Beyond, episode 5. Kyle's going to be running that if he's available. Otherwise, we're going to be back doing this again. But regardless, usually I play every other week. So, yeah, it was good fun. I enjoyed it. Great cast of players here. They're awesome role players. I love it. They inspire me. And I hope to keep that up. Folks, we're going to call it right there. And
Have a great week, everybody.
yeah, you take care, folks. Like, share, subscribe, and all that other good stuff I've been told many times. Remember to say that, Fritz, after your streams. Well, there you go. And, folks, we're going to see y'all again next week. You guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. Talk to you again soon, folks.